Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our Republic after taking a little bit of a break. And the expansion of the city is waiting. We'll have to build up the southern expansion. Now that the water well, I still have to build up the water tanks and get the second water treatment plant hooked up into the new way it's supposed to run, but it is basically operating and doing its job. If we were to hook it up. Once these water tanks are up and running, and the water treatment plant should be able to receive resources from this location. How are you doing, Rickety Railway? Hope you're having a good noon, or whatever time it is where you are. We're expanding the road network with roads with footpaths everywhere, so we can take down the footpaths in this area where they won't make any sense anymore. Which will give us more space in the area, I think, at that point. So maybe the housing will need a rework here. We'll have to wait and see how this turns out. We went for much higher density in newer areas, and it works quite well. %30 higher education and growing, very good. Looks like the medical university is running at normal operational speed again. But this time with 40% loyalty. We're still trying to push loyalty a bit, but it's not the main goal anymore, but it does improve product. Maybe we'll find a way to do that everywhere. I was thinking of setting up a small warehouse for chemicals right next to the water treatment plant. Because it's so important that if we run out of chemicals in the storage, well, what benefit of having another warning system in front of that, I think. I do have a backup chemical storage, but if I were to set up a warehouse right here, the dedicated vehicle would just pick up from the warehouse and drive it across the road. Which would be a lot faster. So we'll build in some more redundancies, some more warnings, etc. A warehouse outside the delivery area will make more sense for critical infrastructure. So the second water treatment plant would probably have the same thing somewhere nearby. Would be a little bit further away for it. I mean, if I move the well, the kindergarten, it has to drive all the way around, but it's still gonna be in a better spot. Warehouse chemicals for water. Waste wagons are dealing with this, which is fine. I hope we can fit the storage tanks there. We'll have to wait and see. If they don't fit there, then I don't know. We'll see. We'll make something up. do have a free construction office. Where do the other construction offices pick up workers from? This bus stop. And this one should pick up from the other bus stop for now. Because then we should be able to upgrade everything, and at least one of them will be able to pick up workers from one of the stops. And yes, there's workers on both stops. But one of them is getting them by order. Some buildings are assigned to, I think, send people to that bus stop specifically. This one, 10%. It's the first platform without a number. Except the 19, I guess. All platforms have that number. Yeah, we should be able to upgrade these smaller roads leading into the bus platform. No problem. I think if I wanted to be real, I would like to set up the warehouse right across as well for the water treatment plant in the area. Plus I want the road to be upgraded into the water treatment plant. I hope it doesn't burn down during that time. That would be unfortunate. I guess we can upgrade it to a brick road first and then put the sidewalks in afterwards, which should minimize the risk a little bit. But yeah, put that on high priority please, and send the maintenance officers after it. One delivery, some workers. If it catches fire, fine, we can rebuild it. But it would be annoying. Also it would create hazardous waste in the middle of our city, which might reduce the average pollution levels, because it's so polluted otherwise already. That's a dumper, that's not a waste truck. I got way too many refrigerated vehicles. I'm gonna save, I don't know, like a couple of them. Produce them for way too long. And the rest we're just gonna export as used vehicles, it's fine. Alright. Make your way up over there. Get into the export queue. I'm gonna sell for as much as if they were new vehicles, but I don't care. No use sitting around there if they're just gonna get worn too much and never be used. The maintenance office is very busy. Oh my god. I need more maintenance offices, I think. I think I want to evacuate this building. As in, not have people live here anymore. And I will put that warehouse in. Because after playing Stationeers, I guess I feel like more redundancy is more better. A little bit more safety. Put a warehouse there, maybe a monument. Change the layout a little bit. That'll be fine. Okay, these are done. One more waste pickup, then we can see if we can fit the water tanks here. And afterwards we will need the water pumps. It pumps into the water tanks, and from the water tanks it goes back to the pipe connections into the pumps on this side. We'll have to get rid of these pipes, since they will be changed over. Right now they're still there as a redundancy. Alright, looks like it is done. Okay, we have room. Probably enough to fit both of them in without making too many modifications. So the outgoing water pipes will connect to these water storages. And I guess I need a pump for both. Put the water out there. But we should be able to leave this football, the playground there, the sports facility. I'm pretty sure. That should not get in the way. Now, do we have enough room, or do I need to scooch it back a bit? Probably not enough room this way. Oh, wait. No, wait. We do have enough room, but not enough for the water output pipes, I don't think, to connect to where they're supposed to go. I guess if I place the water pipe first and then the tank, it might work, but nah, it's too close. Too close. Looks kinda cool though. I guess if I move this one back, it might work. If I put this on the opposite side. Check for the water connection first. I will probably have to do that. I'll have to put the water pipe down and then build the other building. And, well, this one has to connect... Wait, this one has to connect... They have to crisscross over each other. Place this. And then place... Oh, you do check for the water pipes. Okay, no, you actually check for stuff. Then this is not going to work. I can move this back by one, but this corner is going to be too... Yeah, it's going to be too sharp. Okay, I think I have an idea. We feed in the water pipes from the top, so the pumps have to curve sideways like this. So the water pipes come out and then go back up north, and then the output goes up this direction. That might work. I'll probably be fine. Let's get rid of the water pipe. Water pipes. But I think that way we can connect it. And set up the storage tanks, and then they can connect back to the existing water pumps, and we have a redundant system for having water here. The other option would be the water pumps somewhere in this area. Nah, that just leads to issues with the input going through the second tank unless I scooch it up north, I guess. Which I guess would be doable. Let's wait until the pipes are removed, but we should be able to get everything set up with the space we have now. I don't think that's going to be a problem. The roads have been built, also the one into the water purification. Let's get the footpath built, high priority. And here we'll do the same for the bus stops. We'll upgrade this one first. Now we should be able to upgrade the second one, and they will get workers from other bus stops at that time. Hello Sunchill, welcome. That corner is awkward as all get out. That's not going to stay this way. I'm gonna get rid of this road, and I think I'm gonna redo it. Shouldn't interrupt our power connection. And the line of travel should still be possible. Footpath access could be a bit of an issue, but they should just walk up this road and go across here. It should be fine. I guess that might be students going to school. Yeah, I think this should work. Are you going the right way? You're not. Are you going over the road or are you going to complain? Alright, I figured as much. Come on, move. Alright, get rid of this road now. No one has scheduled a line through here, I hope. Except maybe a return tram. No, not yet. Now it should be issue free, I hope. Hope we can get a little bit of a tighter corner in, so it's more of a left-hand turn, but it might just be that this is the sharpest corner we can get, and I'm wasting my time a bit. But I would like to try and change it, because that turning angle of the tram looks a little bit silly. I'll let the trucks handle the water pipes. I can remove those. I really like the setup with the footpaths, with the pumps. I wonder if I can maybe build it that way somehow, where they were like opposing each other, but there was still a footpath going through. This is what I would like to have. Maybe not that far. But yeah, let's wait for the water pipes to be removed, so we can see if everything fits together before we plan it this way and it's not going to work. So the water pipes will do a U-turn into the water pumps, which then feed into the storage tanks from this side, and the output of the storage tanks goes back to the two water pump connections, feeding into the city. Okay, just a couple of workers and we have our road connection to the water treatment plant again. Hello 50. Welcome. Okay. In the meantime, I guess while that is being demolished, we could take a look at where the next heating plant is going to be. I was thinking about here. Single rail line leading out of the area. Has some passive heating of existing buildings, which will give us some more heating capacity to build houses with the existing heating plant and its heat exchanger. We don't have to build this one first, but we need to plan it, because this is where the conveyor is going to go across and go to the next locations. MegaCity 19 getting realistic by the day. Yeah. Surely looks like it. One heating plant, second heating plant. Maybe a third one later on at some point. Coal supply via existing delivery system. At some point there's going to be... it's going to be at capacity with the delivery system we have right now. I can extend the waiting tracks more to the right side, but it's... I don't know. I mean, it is doable. I'll have to also change the footpaths across if that becomes a thing. Come on, no snapping. This will be the coal storage. I didn't pay attention to where the coal feeds into, so this is not going to work at all. Gotta have both things connected. So this needs to feed in from the top, which makes the road connection awkward. Why is it always like this? I guess we can side feed it from this direction. Put a conveyor engine. I guess we can have it feed across the back. I'm trying to minimize the surface area this takes a little bit. It's not gonna look nice. That way we can run a coal conveyor behind the building and grab the new one, and also feed it in by this connection. Do I want another coal conveyor that potentially goes towards the western end of the city? Maybe, but it can also run off of this tower, so it'll be fine. Guess we can just get the connection in direct. And then off of here we can continue one path to feed it, to continue feeding it along this side and into the area around the rail vehicle production line for the last heating plant for the center. And if there's going to be 2 or 3, it doesn't matter right now. Just that we have one heating plant ready to go. With one heat exchanger. Somewhere here. Housing. I guess we might use 2 heat exchangers, I'm not sure yet. I would like to push the housing up to the industrial area. It's going to be very polluted. Needs a bunch more orphanages. But I think this is what we can do. Right. Excellent, that will do. I mean, wait, these can be built with footpaths now. Maybe it's doable without... doing too much weird stuff. I mean, this is not gonna work, this is too close, but I don't need road connections for the towers anymore. I'm still in the mindset of I need roads for the towers. But just a tiny bit of space here would be sufficient to get the footpath connection through. Now I do need a road connection for the storage. That one I do need. But this would be enough, I think. For sure. Even has a footpath connection around the back, underneath the conveyor. And then we need one conveyor engine feeding in through here. With a direct connection being possible. Yeah, that should work. Now everything I think has a footpath able to get through. Still need a fire station. And then people also need to live nearby. Because I don't think we're going to be feeding people by cableway to this area. It's a heating plant. They can live here. We've been doing that since the beginning. Sneaky, sneaky. Get the footpath through here. And then everything will be hooked up the way it's supposed to. Maybe plan it with the connection through here already in mind. Now we can add that later if we need to, that's fine. Footpath, another conveyor tower. I guess that would be the new heating plant. Fed with coal. Workers, I guess, could walk across here with an existing footpath for the time being until we have workers situated on the other side, living nearby and walking in from, well, this footpath connection, I guess. That would be the next step. Says it's in range. I'll believe it. One water pipe left. High priority. You can send in the horses if you want, sure. It would be a whole lot easier if the sports playground wasn't there, that's for sure. Both pipes are still there, okay. Might be easier to remove this playground. We'll do it, sure. Get rid of it. Easier for planning. We can rebuild one if we find space for it. So maybe the road's gonna go off of this one, back into the industrial area, curve around the train tracks. No road crossing planned here over any of these tracks because they will probably become quite busy. We do have an underpass, that's what it's for. Slowly going to envelop the existing industrial area. And we should be able to build housing here. Just orphanage or two. Probably 2 orphanages in tandem and more housing. Workers living close to the factories. Another kindergarten out here. Stop the engine. Disconnect it. Put a kindergarten. Do I want to do this? The road is going to be upgraded to one with brick footpaths anyway. No, we're not going to do that. Just an entrance for the kindergarten and the road will be upgraded accordingly. And a waste storage nearby. Because it is slightly out of range. I think we should upgrade that road first. And put the cableway back. House is gone. Still need to do the footpaths. Let's see if we can fit the warehouse here. Once the footpaths are gone, yes. Now we'll have another chemical warehouse right next to the water treatment plant. Kind of feel a lot safer about that. Be the high capacity horse demolition office, and we'll assign it to these footpaths. Okay, what now? Maintenance. Horse crane can't enter. That's a report, I think. Make a screenshot. It's weird. Hasn't happened so far. And I have a bunch of buildings with... I guess it doesn't happen so far because the grocers were always quite well visited and the food vehicle just constantly shuffled through, but I guess it didn't happen here anymore. Oh, we have 2 of them. Maybe a bit too many, huh? They're really not happy about letting vehicles in. I think I'm going to blame the other footpaths along here. I think that's probably the closed nodes might be the issue. I could see that. Too much money. All set up. Meaning the water treatment plant would now have access to higher grade water. Which will slowly start improving inside the building. Okay, water pipes are gone. Good. So the plan would be to have the water pipes coming along this footpath and then hooking up into the existing water tanks. These water ones need to go out of the building through a pump to pressurize the water tanks. That's the kind of layout I'm planning. And now with the sports playground removed, we should be able to easily plan this out. Because we should just be able to put the pumps in front of the building, I think. And not run into any problems. Or do the U-turn, I guess. The S shape. Just wait for it. I think we'll be able to have an underground footpath exit here that will supply workers to the fire station to keep it safe. And it shouldn't be too far away to bring workers in from one of the residential areas nearby. That way, this residential building could supply some workers over here, and everything will be fine. Fire station gonna keep everything covered until other people live in the area locally. That would be all I need. Because then we could build everything up in preparation. Yeah, that's not going to fly. That's going to be a bit too far. Okay. I mean, I guess I could make them cross over each other. But let's try the other approach where they do a U-turn first. Really? I thought I tested this. I guess not. I guess I just tested this one. Well then, we'll have to bring one up. We'll have to bring them in sideways, sure. This way then. I said there shouldn't be any issues. The extra room we got. I still stand by that. That's gonna be a bit fiddly. be quite a bit fiddly. You can connect here, and then the other one can connect off of this one. I don't like that. Okay, why you gotta be so fiddly, game? I know that's why we like you. Guess we'll place the pumps first, in a way that is easy to set up. Then just plan the rest off of that. So now they just have to feed into these water tanks. I guess we'll do the U-turn here, and then the return pipe is going to be slightly longer. Not again. That looks so stupid. We're not gonna do that for sure. Okay, well, that's not going to work. I have to think with the output of that one water tank in mind. That's the important one. Got my Soviet drink ready. Vostok, Berlin, Tannenwald. Excellent work. That should do. It's not gonna do, is it? It will do. It will do. I think this is good enough for me. One crossing of water pipes is okay, I guess. But only if we have to. And right now it looks like we don't have to. Now we do. Don't think I can get this corner well, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Nah, it's gonna cross over each other one way or another. I would have to change the pumps again. I still have that one exit. The treatment plant that I could use. So we'll do that one. These two outputs, which give us more room. That's gonna be another crossing. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with not having the pipes cross, but I think it looks weird. Looks like bad planning. It's getting ridiculous. Too obsessed with that. This is just a brick road with no footpath. Do we need a sidewalk here? Up to this point. Again? What now? No. Oh, this one. Right. No, that's fine. Yeah, that'll cause a traffic jam, sure. Unassign the low and medium. And probably also the high one, because this traffic jam has pushed itself all the way up to the road. Sheesh. I changed my mind. I want this to be only a brick road with no footpath. Sorry guys. Changed my mind. Only brick road. No footpath into the warehouse. Could probably fit the kindergarten here if the collision box wasn't as big. If I were to redo the footpath, we could squeeze it in. But the way as it stands, it's not going to let me. Oh my god, come on guys. I unassigned you. Go back home. Sheesh. It's probably gonna be waste piling up in the streets. Stupid tunnel demolition. Now the trams are all messed up with their timing. They should get back in order soon. These footpaths are in. I'll do the next bus stop first. And then the road to the bus stop. And then we can start clearing out the footpaths that are next to roads where they're running in parallel. And maybe consider replacing a couple buildings. I have no issue with rebuilding some of these. Hello, Black Moondove. Welcome. I don't think I'll be able to do it without it looking a little bit weird, but I would like to avoid the crossing over of the pipes. That is unnecessarily important to me. I think we did it, finally. And look at that, we have a room for another relocated volleyball court. Just had to move a little bit. That should do it. Okay, it does not like the road being that close to the rail line for the reason of the tower legs. So I guess we'll have to give it some space. And maybe build the conveyor before we build the road. And fit the road through where there's room instead of the other way around. I thought we could force this a little bit further apart. But I guess not. Looks fine. Something goes on with warehouse chemicals water, we need to be... well, it needs to be corrected quite quickly. But yeah, with the redundancy, we should be able to use a full water treatment plant full of water. No problem. Okay, tram road. Nice. It's only going to be an unloading platform, I think. I mean, theoretically, we could pick people up from here too. And the second stop after the next one would be the cultural district. So I guess it would be a bad idea, at least in one direction. It lines up way too nicely. You want to stay in bed and watch? If you have other important things to do, do those first. A bit of a queue in front of this building. A little bit of a queue in front here too. Is the Siberia map? No. Hello, Revolium. This is the Moscow map from the World Map DLC. It's just winter right now. This is unnecessarily important. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Why this game has big maps? Well, so you can build the way you want. If you don't want to start next to the customs house and you want to build a settlement in the middle of the map, you can do that too. Or if you want to have a lot of villages or towns spread out, also possible. But in this one I want to have the city inside the middle of the map, with horses and steam trains. The center of the map is really flat on this one. How do you manage a small city? How can I build towns and shit, you know? Well, that comes with experience, I guess. Oh. Okay. Did we demolish the road here? Yes. That's causing traffic jams right now. Let's see. I think it was set up the best way it could already. God dang it. I'm gonna change this, put a waste storage up here, a large waste storage, and then make the tram road do a little bit more of a corner. Do you recommend orphanage early? I have a special situation right now where I need orphanages because I'm disregarding pollution for most of my settlement. If you're planning it cleanly and you don't have any pollution, you don't need orphanages. But they do help with population growth massively, and they basically allow you to run polluted cities. So I don't recommend them early, because if you mismanage them, you will get You might get a crime spiral started that way. But if you're struggling for population growth, an orphanage helps a lot. Otherwise, you can play without orphanages completely. But then you have to pay attention to your pollution. Why did you build your industry closer? Because I was trying to make a settlement that looks more realistic, where steel mills and and heating plants are integrated into the city. So that's what we did. Heating plant, right in the middle of a residential area, life expectancy of 54. It's the good stuff, 47 years. But hey, at least they got some pretty lights every now and then. So yeah, this is basically my challenge run of where I'm trying to build this large city with disregard for pollution, by trying to find ways to mitigate it. And orphanages are the best thing in that regard, because they save a lot of people from dying, which would have otherwise gone away when the parents die from pollution or going to prison. Citizens' health is 81%. Well, winter just started. Give it time. Give it time. We're still early. We're gonna get to 76 or so soon. When the heating plants kick in is when they feel the pollution. I'm currently making my water supply more redundant. Set up a clean water supply for 2 water treatment plants off of the side of the map. 89% quality water. Get it. House is early. We have big city. New to the game, by the way. Early? Well, it's not early. I've played this over 110 years so far in game. I started in 1880, but we built with only horse carriages and steam trains and some early trucks. Early as an early start DLC is what this is. So this is mostly early start content with a map from the World Map DLC. Yeah, we're talking a lot about optimizing orphanages to keep our population growth high. We're not doing orphanages exclusively anymore, but there's still work to be done. Setting up a new tram station. Trying to hook up our train platform, the first one for the city, so we can maybe push out and build a coal and iron mine, because the supply off of the border of the map is getting a little bit slow. Blending in with the snow, yeah, that's why we have a black outline, I guess. Hello Pit Goblin, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I have police and judges, even prison, in my good for orphanage, because I already built it. Can close it if you think it's bad early. Orphanages are fine. They don't increase criminality, even if they're a little bit overloaded. They will most likely be overloaded. For orphanages, I only really care about criminality reduction. So this is still fine. It's still a minus 0.32, so that children will not turn criminals. Only if you significantly overload them, like if you have a pretty big death spiral, and the workers from the orphanage die, then this will become a problem. But otherwise, I think this is the important stat. This needs to be negative most of the time. My orphans are getting slightly alcoholic, but that's about it. Don't mind that. Where do people say just wait royalty for your citizen first? Royalty? What do you mean royalty? There's no kings in our republic. I think orphanages can be a way to reduce criminality without building police stations. But I do need to do more testing on that before I can say that that is completely true. But yeah, orphanages are good. Like if you are struggling for population growth, you can build them. They can help reduce criminality, because if a parent dies and their children were criminal, then the orphanage in general will push down criminality. You will lose out on a little bit of happiness and definitely loyalty, but you can also build monuments around the orphanage to counter the loyalty drop. Let me know when this one is removed. We'll try and fix the tram road. Or we just don't build a tram road and just leave it as a power connect. I think we should have the tram road. We're basically playing this run to explore methods of playing differently than what common sense says, because everyone would have said don't build your industry inside the city when you have pollution turned on. And I wanted to not listen to that and wanted to do something else. I'm at loyalty. Oh, okay. Just wait for loyalty for your citizens first. Well, if you want to boost loyalty, yeah, but one thing we did was we managed to also use the orphanage for boosting loyalty, but it's a very fragile system, because orphanages tend to get overloaded quite easily because they always try and put as many people into the orphanage as possible. And you can't really boost loyalty with an orphanage if it's overloaded. So unless you build massive amounts of orphanages to try and keep up with the demand, then you're always going to have a loyalty deficit in them. Prisons are a lot better for loyalty boosting. Because prisons scale better. You always need prisons enough to not have too many escapes. And once you have the loyalty, they're rarely overloaded. But you should not push them over 50% capacity, otherwise it becomes a problem too. Hello Super Deno, hello Dynamic. Welcome. So now it's in reconstruction, it's still reducing criminality, and loyalty is just dropping way more because more children are without childcare. And I don't run the message to warn me if there's not enough tutors because I don't have that many orphanages. I'm building orphanages for mostly population growth. Like, we will have some situations where it's gonna be increasing criminality because of things like reconstruction and a little bit of fluctuation, but in general, they will balance themselves enough where you always should have enough workers to reduce criminality. So going a little bit over is fine, but most of the time it should be negative. Because I always try to adopt as many orphans into the orphanage as possible. So even if you have the most efficient workers, fully staffed 100% of the time, then they will just put more orphans in there. And it's still going to be overloaded occasionally. So you can't win with orphanages. So I stopped using them for loyalty and just kept using them for population growth, which is very handy. Because, well, pollution is a bit of an issue, as you can see. Just a little bit. Making people live next to heating plants. Health is still pretty high, though. I would have expected it dropping by now. I guess first the life expectancy drops and then the health drops afterwards. It takes a while for the health to drop. Lots of construction ongoing again. A new area for the heating plant is sort of planned. We could push the heating plant further back, I guess. So it has more direct heating connections. But the road is not going to push too far. This one is the old heating plant. A heat exchanger over here. Plus we need another small auxiliary heating plant. We're gonna have those everywhere in the city now, since pollution is fine, quote unquote. Yeah, let the trucks deal with that. Makes 2 more pickups. Then we should be able to figure out a way to put a road in here that doesn't look too bad with the tram tracks. Lots of ambulance sounds because it's winter right now and the pollution is decreasing the health of citizens. So our hospitals are a little bit busier during winter, but it's still fine. If they don't like it, they can take a tram up to the hospital in the north where it's less polluted. I wonder what a realistic naming convention would be for the warehouses to make it look more realistic. I don't think writing the exact type of resource that is stored in there on top of the building makes much sense, but it looks kind of neat, I guess, from a gameplay perspective. That tower crane is really, really worn. It's 57 years old. I think we have a replacement candidate for a tower crane. Well then, let's see. Make me a couple tower cranes, I guess. I'll have to bring that one away and replace it with a new one. Well, wait, where are the trains? What's going on? Don't tell me we're producing vehicle faster than our 2 export trains, that would be ridiculous. Oh, you're set to... again, yes. You're allowed to sell used vehicles. God dang it. Yes, you need to be allowed to sell the used vehicles, otherwise you're not going to do anything. Got that sorted.
That's how we're gonna build it. See if that works better. The trams don't do a weird turn anymore after it's done. Hello, deviant fish. Welcome. Optimism makes you believe it will fit. Yes, and it does fit. See? It all works. Gulags? We have no gulags. We have some re-education prisons and some normal prisons. And we have cableways going over buildings. Gonna have to be more space conscious. It's very low density, it's very clustered. It was from the beginning of the megacity when we were like, yeah, just put it at weird angles, it's gonna look nice as the center, and now I'm like, no, our city has become a little bit more organized than that. I don't think it looks nice anymore. We need to cram more people into that area. I don't know what's the next thing going to be that will fail. I'm just trying to harden the city against any issues that might arise, but at some point something's gonna sneak through. I just hope it doesn't kill like half of our population, because that could be game ending with how expensive it is to get new people. Let's do a math on that, shall we? If we want to repopulate, 10 migrants cost 1.5 million. 757 million divided by 1.5 times 10. So we could repopulate 5,000 citizens with the money we have right now. 5,050. So we could not even get half of the amount of citizens we have back. So it would be a bit of a problem. Granted, we have a ton of loan capacity, but it quadruples it, so we have enough money to populate the city once with the loans. Hello, Alcades. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, once this road connection is back in place, then the trams can go back through here, and it'll be easier on this junction, which is a bit of a nightmare right now. Hello, Dentrasi. Welcome. One more tram road construction here to be initiated to finish the tram loop. I mean, might as well build this, right? We're planning everything around it. So it is going to happen, for sure. Not sure if the train station is going to be large enough, but if we have problems, at some point we can demolish stuff here and put more train station expansion in. I don't know, maybe the school will have to move and we push everything backwards. Get the road to go across here and open up more room. Once this section of road is done, we'll upgrade the short section before the grocer, which hopefully won't be an issue. I feel like the grocers are doing a lot better than last time. Maybe it's because the loyalty is coming back. 40%. Didn't drop much in health this time. What's going on? We're still on harsh citizen reactions. It's March. I guess it'll keep dropping until the heating plants stop. I don't know. Seems quite resilient. Oh right, yeah. Still trending downwards. We had a little bit of a bump here, I don't know what happened. That's enough tower cranes, thank you. We've been making a couple tower cranes, that's fine. We don't need to finish the current one, for sure. 8 tower cranes is fine, thank you. I need an open hull truck. Still only 12k people, but the city looks amazing, thank you. It's difficult pushing for more population, yes. So we did have a tower crane or two in buildings where they were quite worn. I think these were our maintenance construction offices. Wait, did they replace them with new ones? Oh, they did. Okay, cool. I guess you don't have to micromanage that anymore. Wait a minute. All vehicles, tower cranes. You 100% where? Are you gonna get replaced as soon as you arrive back home at the construction office? No, you're still being utilized for work, I guess. At 100% where? Interesting. Maybe you're gonna get driven home at some point when all the maintenance work is done. But I don't know which is your office. It must be one of those. Working for maintenance center, someone's going to go and pick you up and maybe drive you home now. Are you ever going to be able to like finally rest? We're going to have a pretty big breakdown. Only 12k for this game is insult. I could show you my other MegaCity real quick. I got up to 80,000, but it dropped to 60,000 recently. That one is a modern one though. What is the precursor to this one? We had better housing, of course. The early start buildings are quite low density. But it's similar in scope. Larger than this one though. I don't know if they're going to replace this one. Vehicle refueled. Just gonna go and pick it up. Are you bringing the vehicle back, or are you driving it to another construction site? I don't know. It looks like you're driving it back, but no guarantee. It just says you're loading it. You're not really ordered to bring it anywhere else yet, I don't think. Oh, you're actually driving it back to the maintenance center. Then I guess we'll see if the vehicle's gonna get replaced. Nope. Off you go to a center small cable station. Okay, well I guess we'll keep it monitored and see what happens. If they start using the road cranes in here, everything is fine. The tower cranes, I mean. We got 8 of them. But I think I'd have to replace them manually. At least in the past it was like that. Maybe they changed that for automation's sake. Okay, almost done with the tram line here. It does have electricity now, and it hooks up to the existing tram road around the outside. Slowly the lights are creeping up into the northern part of the town. Not enough food because not enough workers inside the food factory. Did I forget to restart the cableway or something? No. There's not enough workers in here. At least there should be more. It seems like there's fewer people arriving. This whole setup needs to go away. I guess it's kind of an emergency setup for waste incineration if something goes wrong in the city, and then we can dump it in there. Hope we never have to use that. I guess with all the construction tasks, maybe too many people are being picked up for those and not able to walk to the cableway stations anymore. Trams have the right of way. They should be coming in from this direction. Counterclockwise loop and then exiting again. Because the right hand turn into the stop should be the shortest direction, so that way they will not cross over each other. Unlike they did in the steel mill location, where they enter the stop first and then have to go over the junction. But again, there's not that much traffic here. It's a dead end. It's fine. Yeah, I thought with early start getting more people wouldn't be much more difficult than with the regular start, but since the housing density is lower, we need a lot more space. And then leads to some complications, I guess. Almost done with the tram road. Might as well throw in the rail construction, I guess. It's off of the main area for train lines, so will not interrupt anything. Okay, because I already signaled this, it's going to be a bit of a trouble for them to build what they're supposed to. So we'll open up this to signals, so both of them can be built at the same time. If the mighty leader switches to prefab apartment high density, the city will explode. I wonder if the current transit can handle this. Yeah, we're not really planning on switching to prefab panels because that would ruin the looks of the city, but I don't know. Maybe at some point I'm gonna have an external attachment to the city which is gonna be modern. Not planned though. I wanted to try and stick with early start stuff. 1930 and earlier. So yeah, population dropped by 1,000 people. Health is still good. Nothing too bad to worry about. don't think they're gonna be utilized. I'm not sure what they're doing with all the cranes. If the maintenance officers ever will have a time where they don't need to use one of the cranes. Oh, it looks like the tower crane did get replaced. No, tower cranes are not listed in here. Okay. Then let's check 0, 0. Okay, so tower cranes are just bought replacements for. I think it got replaced. I think they replaced it just like that. Direct line bringing chemicals to the warehouse. Supported by other trucks. And then you are not going to load from the main chemical storage anymore, you're going to load from your local storage. And that's your new route. Just across the street. The distribution office will jump in if the single truck is not able to handle the transportation of the chemicals to the warehouse on its own. But I will not assign multiple trucks. I'll only try to push it up to 30%. Around 14 tons. Not more. You're the wrong conveyor, because you're starting at the ground. You need to be elevated. Need to be this one. No. Hello, Decipher. Look at this guy bonking me again. How are you doing? I've not made the sounds louder. It's probably not going to happen. Okay, now it's correct. Didn't even hear the bunking reporting you for scamming. Yeah, sorry, I'll refund you your 0 bits. There you go. Done. Alright, just a second. Let me check. Where is it? Okay, you can try the bonk again if you want. I think it should be louder now. How MegaCity 19 doing? Pretty well. We're doing pretty well. Building up a lot of redundancies, so population growth hasn't happened in a while. But the next heating plant extension is scheduled. Then we can build a residential development off of that next to the industry again. Alright. Well, anyway, yeah. Come on, finish this road construction. We need the trams leaving this direction again, where they're not going to get limited in exit speed so much because of the busy junction. Yeah, thank you for the subs. Much appreciated, I guess. Oh, there's the tower crane. No, it did not get replaced yet, I don't think. Okay, well... I don't think we can get much use out of it for selling, but we'll sell it. That's the wrong vehicle. Go back into storage. I need you to transport the broken jank-ass tower crane, and we'll sell it as scrap metal on the export train, and then we will move a new tower crane in there, I guess. Jenga's tower crane, yeah. Good, good. And then I guess before you go back, you need to go to the vehicle production. Load a tower crane from here. And bring it back to the construction office. And then they should have a new tower crane. You sleep, I do. There you go. It's you just gotta trust them. Okay, you will sell bricks and boards because we're going to pick up a fresh supply from our production area, so you're going to be utilized for export a bit. Build met import. Is that the line? It is the line. I need to modify the line. Unload. No, not that one. Bricks and boards. Get breakfast now? It's 13:30, it's too late for breakfast. It's over. I don't know what you're on about. Trying to get breakfast now. It's way too late for that. So we're getting breakfast for everyone. Hurry up, let's go. I take free breakfast even after lunch, I guess. Why not? Okay, now we'll try and upgrade the road leading into the grocer without getting a fire here. A fire in the grocer wouldn't be that problematic. We'll use a grocer and a bit of food, I guess, but other than that, that's fine. Let me know when that section of road has been upgraded, and then we'll put the footpath in, the sidewalks in afterwards. Looks like the water treatment water treatment plant can start firing up again, because the first water tank is going to be ready soon, and then the water is going to flow on through. Everything will be fine. Except maybe the amount of chemicals we're delivering to the warehouse, but at least it will be an early warning system. There we go. And it should also be outputting. That's probably prioritizing the other input though. But hey, at least some of it is flowing. Okay, this one's gonna be a slightly busier grocer. But also not that much. We're working on the food supply, give it time. Okay, road here is back up. I think the tram connection is gonna turn a lot smoother, I hope. Yeah, it looks better. Once the other road is done, it might look nice in both directions. Okay, road is done. Truck is going to get stuck in here, but that's fine. Off the hook like my phone. Emote game is off the hook, everyone knows it. Don't bully the cipher. Remember slamming the phone down on someone felt good. Ah, when phones were very durable, yeah. I didn't have that much stuff in it. I don't even know what that means anymore. Phone being off the hook, since they don't have landlines anymore. Off the chain, off the hook. Yes. The cipher. When are you gonna redeem the bonk again? I made it louder, and you haven't even tried it yet. I'm very disappointed. Okay, that one's gonna be the next one to be louder. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Now that one is louder too. That's gonna get very close to the building. A little gust of wind. Then to scrape the paint off the building. That's fine. Well, the amount of workers in the food factory is slightly higher than before. Not sure if it's high enough to catch up again. And has to start filling the food storage. It doesn't look too terrible. So no more direct deliveries, I don't think. Only the warehouse. We're gonna set the trucks here also to wait until loaded because it's only a single truck on that route. And if there's no chemicals, then it doesn't need to drive back and forth. It's just gonna sit in the warehouse until it receives chemicals. It didn't... It was louder. A little bit louder, but not very much. Let me try playing it on my end. I want to know. On my end it's a lot louder if I test it, I guess, but... guess that's not accurate. I think... wait. I think I have a global sound reduction. Where is that? Global alert settings. I don't know if I want to make the sounds even louder. I think I'll... okay, I'll put it up to 100%. Can't make it louder than that. Without finding other settings for it. Which was the name of the game you played yesterday evening? The one in space? Stationeers, you mean? Yes, Stationeers I played yesterday evening. And probably today evening too. You're welcome. Hello, Lufalo. Welcome. Going well, thank you. How about you? Not to be confused with Astroneers. Yeah, Astroneers is a different game. Stationeers is the one that tries to be very hard science fiction. You're welcome, no problem. It was really fun watching your base, and then you said, "Yeah, I'm a beginner. I just started playing this, and my heart sank, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I can't be good in every game. I'll keep my workers and resources badge then. I'll get better in Stationeers eventually." But yeah, Stationeers, I got 350 hours in it since the release and the early access, and never really did a run much past atmospherics. I always got stuck in multiplayer games doing growing and programming. It's the math part, yeah, definitely the math part. But yeah, we'll be going back to Stationeers today evening, I'm pretty sure, unless something else comes up. I might do frontline logistics, I'm not sure yet. It's a fun game. If you ever want to do a multi-run, I'd be down. My multiplayer run. I'm not so much up for multiplayer runs these days. Yeah, I guess is what it is. I need to get through the game to a point where I feel comfortable with every system, so I know where to like put hands on, other than just getting relegated to one system and then the base grows and I don't even know what's going on anymore. Is that bad at games? Yes, for sure. I just hide it quite well, I guess. Whenever I feel bad at games, I play some workers and resources, and then I feel better again, because I think I'm decent at this game. Good one might say, hopefully. With our stupid challenges that we're doing. Come on, couple workers, road upgrade, finish it. Good. No worries, you're not the only one I have heard talk about getting put in one system. Yeah, multiplayers. I feel like I don't have time exploring the systems in multiplayer. I feel like I do something and then the other people want to rush ahead to get to the end game, basically. I've been thinking about getting the game. Oh no, don't get workers and resources. I want to be the best one at this one, please, thank you. Do you have prefab homes? No, no prefab panel buildings in this. It's all the Soviet functionalism brick buildings. Rushing. Yeah, no rushing, please. Thank you. It's 1991 and we're still using brick buildings from 1920. That's alright. I mean, if you like complex systems, this one is a bit more on the this game falls in between. So I have a scale in my mind that goes from Factorio to City Skylines. It goes City Skylines, Workers and Resources, then Captain of Industry, then Factorio. So this is on the City Skylines end of that scale compared to Captain of Industry. In Captain of Industry you do have people, but you don't really have to worry too much about them. In this game, the people are basically what is running your economy. But you're still doing Factorio-esque things like setting up production chains with more or less complexity. And it's quite nice. And if you like long steam trains, well, do I have the game for you? Do we have a long steam train running right now? I think there's a coal train moving. Or loading at the customs house. Captain of Industry is another really good one. Interesting. Trains of One, yep. I have not played Captain of Industry yet. I heard they added manual signaling, so I feel like I need to try it again. I've played through the game first version. I tried getting back into it in the third version, but never got to the trains. And well, currently Workers and Resources is basically occupying my mind. But I've also been not playing it much this week because vacation and I need a bit of a refresher. But yeah, the trains in this game are excellent, I think. Should be coming here soon. Through our coaling station. It will unload in the coaling station. Where is it? There it is. So it will slow down to unload. And then it's probably going to be parked over both bridges of how long it is. Trains when I played last was really good. Captain, love it 1991, horse and buggies, yeah. We have horse carts everywhere. We're not modernizing. The most modern stuff I have is trucks from 1912, 1913. And then a couple exceptions because there's no other options, like some trains from the 20s. Yep, train is parked across 2 bridges for unloading. Very good. The signal system in Captain of Industry was, I don't know, it was weird to me when I looked at it. I guess I'm too much of a... I want to be in control, and signalless trains feel like they're trying to run their own control. But now that the signals are back, I guess we gotta try it at some point. So yeah, we built a city in the middle of the map. It's at 13,500 citizens at the most right now. Goal was 100,000 citizens. I probably overdid it with the challenge, but so far we're sticking with it. Should still be able to get further along. Let's adjust the tram routes here. Stop 4, and where's the other one? Oh, you're just students. I guess we could send you back into this stop and then you just reverse back. Nah, you just go around, it's fine. These are workers. Clockwise train passengers between stop 5 and 6. There's gonna be a new one. Gonna go through here now. No workers. Then we need the counterclockwise tram route. Between stop 4 and 5. New stop. Chemicals are a little bit low because we're refilling 2 warehouses with new chemicals, right? Not even 20k, what a loser. So rude. That is loud enough. I still don't know about signals on rails. I thought I was. Yeah, it's always developing rail signals. Like, the general concept is what you need to learn, and then the application, I can't visualize it. Like, you're doing road and rail and things mix at some point, and it needs to be flexible enough. Too many signals are usually not good, so I try to keep it in a minimal scope in areas that are quite busy, like these 2 junctions don't have another signal in between, otherwise there's going to be a pretty big risk of a traffic jam, and we need to keep in mind where the really long trains are heading, but otherwise it should be okay. The really long trains need their own parking space, so they don't park anywhere in the middle of the area somewhere and cause a nightmare. So if I at some point need another coal train, I would need a dedicated new parking area for it, and then the problems are going to start. Because I would have to make an outside parking area, I guess. But I think if we speed up the loading of coal by having a coal mine and don't load at the border, then the 2 long coal trains should be able to handle the settlement. Just need a coal mine. There you go, now you can build it. Are you selling fuel and bitumen? No, I'm importing that. I didn't want to build a oil refinery, because then money would have been no problem way earlier. Even when the high fuel price kind of restricted me from getting too many trucks. But now, okay, the fuel price is rising again, but it's still okay. If the fuel price gets too much, we're just gonna have to use more horse carts, I guess. I'm importing all raw resources. And I'm producing my own food, alcohol, clothing, boards, bricks, steel. And I guess that's it. So all citizen supplies are being produced except for meat. And chemicals if you count drinking water. Is it worth on long run? Producing fuel and bitumen is a money-making machine that always makes money. If you import oil, if you make your own oil, it just makes a ridiculous amount of money. So yeah, if you want to make a lot of money, a fuel refinery should do you really, really well. I'm trying to not make too much money, but at some point it's just like, if the machine is rolling, it's rolling and it's not going to change. Did you try Anarchy script? No, I did not try Anarchy script. I don't know what that is. Is that something that messes with the economy? If it's not in the workshop, I'm less inclined to try it. Parking Anarchy. Oh, okay, so free placing. No. Sounds interesting. I guess it removes all of the hitboxes then, I would imagine. How long has it taken to build the city so far? We started in 1880, 110 years in game, at about 2 to 3 years per year. Yeah, per year. 2 to 3 hours per year. This is an especially long time because we built it in the middle of the map with horse carriages that go this fast on normal speed. So the first 30-40 years we bumbled around with an outside settlement to try and get to the middle of the map first before we started. I upload every episode to YouTube as a VOD. The MegaCity 19 run is available there, and it took a while so far. Remove stats. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can see that. Very cool. I have to check it out. Have to check some out. Yeah, you can see. This is the first building we built for residential houses. So if you get to the VOD at some point where we're building the megacity, this is the first building. So you get a sense of scope when we started having our temporary train station here with a temporary shopping center and a small clinic, and we just tried to move people in to get the settlement started, and now we're here. It's certainly different than the beginning. More workers in the cableway car, please. Similar to Factorian, that it's fine to tear parts down, rebuild, or is it more you really want to make sure it's built properly right away? That depends on your playstyle. I do like tearing stuff down, but if you tear stuff down, you're going to be spending a couple months to remove it and then rebuild it. If you play on realistic mode. If you don't play on realistic mode, you can just spend money on have something be torn down. The game is very customizable in its difficulty settings, but I assume you're going to be playing on the hardest difficulty. So when you demolish something, they have to send an excavator or some workers there to tear down the building, or maybe a truck with explosives. Then transport all the waste away from that were used during the construction. And then they have to restart the new building, which is going to take its own construction time. So you can play the way that you try to set it up right the first time, or you can play it like I do and just build it in a sense that makes sense right now, and then at some point you want to modernize, and then you might have a reason to tear stuff up and build it again. That's neat that you can't just rebuild. Yeah, on realistic mode, you need demolition officers to send there, and they will tear stuff down. We tore down a house here. We had a house on this side. I tore it down because I wanted to have a chemical storage for the water treatment plant that makes our drinking water. And now I'm building a different building here. Different residential building. I'll try realistic. No way, bro. Game's already hard enough. I don't like the earthquakes, so If you ever feel like earthquakes are too much, I did turn global settings down to normal because I don't like the earthquakes hitting me. Because that just causes chaos, and my own challenges I think are more fun than dealing with earthquakes, just randomly destroying buildings and setting them on fire. We're talking about modernization. Can you fully modernize it? Since we're in 1990, we would have access to a lot more modern buildings if I were to do the research. So we would have access to prefab panel buildings and the like. Some with really high housing capacity. 600 workers, about 900 citizens per building in skyscrapers. Otherwise a lot of prefab panel flats. There's a lot of more modern vehicles available. These ones are not limited by research, so if I go to buses you can see bendy buses and other things. If I sort them by start production year, we started with horse carriages, then got some trucks, some early trucks, and they became more and more modern. Until we get trucks from 1983 to 1997. Or from 1989 that are still used in the present. So vehicles modernized, buildings modernized with research. There's a tech tree where there are building researches tied to dates to unlock. I only gave myself Soviet functionalism. The other ones I say are too modern for this settlement, so I'm not getting prefab panel construction or brutalism or Soviet modernism. So I'm holding out on those to keep the city old. I was thinking about getting electrified railway to have some wooden electrified train tracks, but I also haven't pulled the trigger on that yet. Yeah, you're welcome. One really useful thing when you start out in this game is the Minister of Industry. It has the... Was it the Minister of... Yeah, what resources are there? You get this window, and then you can click, for example, bitumen, and it shows you the buildings that produce it and the buildings that use it. And then you can click through this and basically cycle through it. So, okay, where does oil come from? From a pump check. It is used in all of these buildings. Oh, I can use it in plastic. What is plastic used for? Well, vehicle production and electronic assembly halls, and the dry dock might need it. So you get a nice overview to click through resources here if you want to learn where stuff comes from and what it is used for, which I find very handy, but I don't think many people use it. I think it's handy in the beginning when you have no idea what a resource is used for or what you can do to produce it. Because the cool thing about this game is that you can become fully self-sufficient, where you don't run any imports or exports anymore through the border. Everything in the game you can build and produce yourself. Every vehicle, every building, every resource. You can do everything yourself. You can be fully self-sufficient with if the map has all the resources. Of course, if you don't have any iron on your custom map, then it doesn't work. But usually every map has everything. So full self-sufficiency is one of the goals that people strive for. Yeah, full self-sufficiency. And the way that the production chains interlink is also quite nice. And of course the citizens, having their own behavior, etc., what they do. This wasn't even a footpath. We need to change that. Like road with sidewalk. Let's go. Laying train track. declaration for running our own trains at some point. Underground shows all the underground connections. We have electric wires, we have water pipes, we have sewage pipes. We got power lines. They can also go above ground. I recently put in some water towers. Previously we had a direct connection from the water supply into the water substation that feeds water to residential buildings in the area. But I've decided to put in a water tower. There's a little bit of a buffer if something goes wrong with the water supply itself. At the current consumption, it provides us a buffer of 10 days, which is not a lot, but better than no buffer, I guess. And it's also run with passive water pressure, so there's no pump from the water tower to the water substation. But I did increase the pipe size, so here we have a small pipe feeding into the tower, and then the diameter of the water pipe from the tower into the substation is the next level. Science noises, deviant fish? All good, all good. It's really romantic. A water tower? I don't know about a water tower being romantic, but sure, why not? Is any of the electric substations overloaded? Well, they do calculate their electricity with the number that every residential building has all the people at home, all the buildings at full capacity, so I think all of them are basically overloaded. 144%, so maximum consumption would be 3.61 megawatts out of 2.5, but that is calculating every citizen being at home at the same time while also using all of the service buildings at full capacity. Actual consumption is more around 0.7 megawatts. Excuse me. So a fraction of that, actually. So yeah, they say they're overloaded, but not really. Sitting at the top of the water tower at night can be romantic, I guess. I guess we can sit at the top and look at the steel mill, I guess. Look at the skyline of the city. Ah, so beautiful. Peak Eastern Europe. Do we have 1.2 gigawatts yet? No, we're at 14 megawatts max output of our 2 power plants. Based on the configuration and the buffer. We're using half of that, approximately. But 14 megawatts is the most I'm going to give them. They can go up to 10 megawatts each, but whenever they undergo maintenance, their productivity drops down to 70%, which means they drop down to 7 megawatts. So I'm giving myself 14 megawatts for 2 power plants at most to not run into any issues. Skyline's so flat you can see anything but the horizon anyway. Yep. More road upgrades happening. So yeah, I built most of the initial settlement with gravel roads, and now I'm upgrading them to brick roads with sidewalks. Vehicles are a little bit faster on that, which doesn't really concern us because our horse carriages and trucks only can go 20-ish kilometers an hour. I could try and replace them with horse carriages that have better horses, but I don't know. It's already all planned this way and it works fine. for tram station in new building? No. It's just for regular tram station next to each other. Manually set up tram station. I made this. So it's just 4 buildings. And each one is taking a different task. So we have passengers, workers, and students, and one for unloading. So the traffic through here is a little bit optimized. And they don't have to queue up behind one tram station. Plus we need more capacity anyway because there's so many passengers and students. And not all of the students get picked up, only if they're actually allowed to study. I guess we could have one university that actually has no loyalty limit. So every student goes to that university. And they don't block the tram stop anymore. Can make those in city skylines? Yeah. Also clean. It is clean. The small tram stop is really nice for this. Can set them up quite cleanly next to each other. Just line up the footpaths and I guess it works. Can we add some pedals to the Ferris wheel so the bourgeoisie can make some power while they get a nice view? I don't think so. No animation for this. Moving trees with buildings? Oh, wait. Wrong game, sadly. Wrong run. Hello, welcome. I don't know what you mean with trees. I'm not doing anything against them. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, suddenly you're removing trees slowly, and I went to the center of the map slowly. I think we both figured out what the challenge of the run was. Getting to the center of the map with horse carriages, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. That was just pain. And only having one extra settlement. May those two challenges never meet. Yeah, if you make a map like that, that is all terrain, so don't even have a coastline, at least give me like a customs house with a train connection. But yeah, it would be just so many logging camps everywhere. So the theater had to make way for an extension to our water purification. I know this one also runs at a whole lot better of a production efficiency. I don't know why it didn't trigger that when we had our testing water well, but most probably overlooking something when we did that. Happiness is slowly dropping. Culture enjoyment only at 93%. Sports enjoyment is still maxed out. We'll have to start thinking about removing all the footpaths and getting more optimal setups in place. The footpaths that are now next to roads, because they can just use the sidewalk instead of the footpath. So maybe we'll put a sports hall here. We'll see. Or maybe a cinema. A cinema would be pretty good. Replace the indoor pool with a cinema, then put a sports hall on the other side. Gallery of the Art would not really need to be here, since we have our main culture area. They could take a tram to down south and visit one of the larger buildings. Oh, early start buildings? Yes. I mean, some of them are not, like the cableway cars are not early start exclusive, but we don't have anything modern where an old version is available, is I guess what I mean. So if there's an early start version of it, we're still on the early start version. Okay, looks pretty good with the amount of people with high loyalty. We got 82% loyalty in these houses. I think they'll have to start working in the last prison now too. Going through alcohol too quickly, not producing enough. At least food is looking better, but I guess we need to up our alcohol production. And maybe think about sending more workers to our production area. If you don't mind, can you explain a bit train signals? Not much, just basics. So with train signals, you're always thinking about a whole block, not the signals themselves. The signals divide the train track into separate chunks. And when a train arrives at a signal, it only checks, based on the signal, what it is allowed to do. So the signal is green when it is allowed to move through, blue when it may be allowed to go through, and red when no trains should be able to go through. But sometimes trains also go through red signals, if they realize that they're allowed to. So the signal color doesn't necessarily mean the train can go through or not. So for example, here you can see some blue signals, which means blue means at least one signal on the other side is red. And at least one signal is green. If all of the signals are red, then it will show red. If all of the signals are green, it will show green. If there's at least one green and one red one, it'll show blue. So there's a green one on the next block, and one of them is red, which is going to be these two. These are showing red, since this is all one block. There's a lot of blue. The train will move through here if it doesn't... A train always tries to move through to its destination. So you need to be aware of what the train wants to do and where it wants to go. So if we want to have a train go... Can we stop the dinging? What is dinging? You're dinging. If a train wants to move through, you have two choices. You can put a regular signal in place, like this one, or a chain signal like this one. The difference between those is when they show the colors that we mentioned. A regular signal will just check the next block, so from the blue block here to the orange one, if there's a train in this block at any point, it will show red, which should normally prevent trains from going through. But it doesn't check further than that. The chain signal checks the next block, so in this case the orange block, which has a train coming through, so it's showing red, but it also checks the next signal. So as an example, if I were to get rid of this signal, I think... Nah, it didn't update. Oh well. A chain signal checks the next block, which is the orange area, and then the signal after that. So this chain signal checks the orange block and the next signal, which is maybe this one, if the train wants to head this way. This one is another chain signal, it's showing green. And this one checks the next block and the next signal. There's only green signals here. The one facing towards the right. The one facing towards the purple are all red, because all of these signals are red in this direction, which is only this one. Why didn't I don't know why I don't have a signal here. Probably just for run-through trains. And the benefit of chain signals is you can prevent a train from entering a block like this, where it might cause a traffic jam. For example, if you imagine a train wants to... Let's say this train wants to head down here, and this was a regular signal. It would say, okay, orange block is clear, I can move this way. But then there's another train that might cause a traffic jam further back, that is waiting here, that wants to turn left then. And then they would basically... This train would prevent the other train from leaving. So you only want to have the train entering from this side if the orange block and the next area is clear, where the train can then hopefully not block the junction that it is moving through. So you need to think about how long is the train, and if the train moves into the next block, does the tail end of the train still stick out, and could it block some traffic here? Basically, a regular signal checks the next block, chain signal checks until the next regular signal. I would say the chain signal checks the block and the next signal, because you might not have a next regular signal. You might just have chain signals all the way until the end, and then it would still show fine. So you can do something like this, and it will show green, because it checks this signal and the next one. That's green. It checks the next one. There's no next signal, so it's still showing green. It's still showing green, even though it's not really allowed to drive through here. So it's I always say it checks this next block and the next signal, so you can then deduce that yes, this one will do the same thing and check the next block and the next signal. So they always go through one another and chain together, but this signal never goes to another block basically behind that. It only goes up to the next signal itself. What are some ways to get the train to change the correct track? One-way direction tracks, where a train only has one way to go through it. Or you can assign waypoints. Every signal can be assigned as a waypoint for a train to run through, which then the train will follow as a line basically. So if you have multiple train paths going through, for example, a coaling station, and then let's say the right track goes into the city, the left track goes straight through, and you want them to always go into the coaling station on the left track, then you would need to add a waypoint. Is mixed necessary? Mixed signals are if you want to have trains go in two directions. For example, we have a coaling station here, a dead-end coaling station. And the trains are allowed to enter if the line is free, which is the single signal. So if the whole line is clear, they're allowed to enter, but they're only allowed to leave with a chain signal. These are basically the mixed signals. So the chain signal checks, is the orange area clear and the next block that I want to head into? Then yes, I'm allowed to leave. Not only if the orange signal is clear, because otherwise they might get stuck here and then other trains couldn't enter, if there's still room. Mixed signals are only necessary if you want to have terminus stations where the trains enter and then leave through the same direction, basically. Which I'm using a lot. Similar here. Lots of parking spaces and they basically come out the same direction. Trains can turn around in place. We don't need to make Ys to turn them around. And there's no turntables or anything like that. That gets abstracted. As a kid I was always said that there were no blue light in street traffic lights. Yeah, well you can be happy about train lights then. Red, green. Was that in real life too? Blue signals? That's nuts. There can also be yellow signals which happen when a train is planning to go through there, but it's not in range yet where it is technically on the block, but it is reserving the block for a future train. Those happen when construction trains decide to go somewhere that might interfere with construction tasks nearby. So the trains reserve the tracks then and prevent any other vehicle from going across who could then interfere with construction duty, for example. That's the basics. In practical terms, if you're building a junction, you usually want to have a chain signal going into the junction and a regular signal going out of the junction. Because into the junction you want only to have vehicles go into the junction if they have a way out of the junction planned. Otherwise you will have traffic jams. So this is like a basic setup. Chain signals go into the junction, regular signals go out of the junction. And then there's a lot of special scenarios that could happen, depending on how long you want your trains to be. If they're really short, you don't really have to worry about it too much, but if you run really long trains, then a train going through this junction and then parking here because the other junction is occupied might cause a traffic jam on this junction. So the train length becomes a factor, depending on how far you want to push it. Ain't a horse tired now after 70 years? Oh, we're replacing them after 50 years, it's fine. We're getting new horse. Merging them into bigger junctions. Yeah, basically not placing a signal, because the trains will figure themselves out somewhat. So, for example, I don't know if this is a coal train, it probably is. No, it's a gravel one. That's actually a little bit too late. Here you can see there's a train on this block, the orange one, but the other train will move through already. Because it has realized, it's basically flashing red, so this one is showing white. The other train has realized, okay, there's a train on this block, but I can move to my destination and it doesn't intersect with the travel of the other train anymore. So I'm allowed to go onto the other block already, even though there's still a train on it, because this is all one block. A train can basically check through one block and see if it can get to its destination without interfering with another train. So it can get through one of those earlier than normal. Which is why having too many signals, if I put other signals here and try to micromanage these junctions, that would not function anymore, because they can only check that through one block, not further. They can't check that through a signal. You said out of junction place signal, but isn't this making one-way trick? Yeah. Running single track signals is usually very difficult, so you're, as a beginner, I think advised to try and make a double track setup. One going in and one going out. You can try running single track networks like this, where everything goes over the same track, but then you need to be very careful with the signals, because you run the risk of trains opposing each other at a signal and just creating a traffic jam. Is there a limit of the size junctions of a block? No. You just can have a whole train setup with no signals. I could remove all signals and it would try to determine who's allowed to move at all times, but it would be a nightmare. Wouldn't really function that well. But as soon as you place a signal, then you've basically separated into 2 blocks, and then 1 block can each only have 1 train. Is the rule. And then the exception is, if I'm allowed to go through without interfering with another train, I can already move. So here you can see this train is starting to move already with a flashing red light, even though there was another train still on the block. Why is your head dented? That's very rude to ask. Why are you asking that? You can't just join someone's Twitch stream and ask them that. That's mean. I guess I'm not the hottest man alive. Is this why Metro is the hardest to implement? Metro doesn't need signals. Metro runs without signals. You can't place signals on Metro lines unless you plan for them. Metro is just doing its own thing. You're joking? I'm joking too. Except I'm trying to hide it. It's just a weird camera angle. Yeah, that's true. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Telling me to chill on my own Twitch stream? It's also nude, but no one mentions that. You don't know that. I have gloves on. Are you planning on the Metro's network in your megacity? No. I want to keep everything as much as possible above ground. So I was thinking about inner city trains, but not metros. Maybe above ground metros. Like surface metros and above ground metros might be an option, but not really planned on that. We haven't really needed the capacity for that. Always playing works and resources with racing gloves. Yeah, gotta treat this city carefully. Image in the bottom is a mirror, so it seems your head is dented. Your head's dented, yeah. Secret German. People want more sports facilities. We'll finish the road upgrade, get rid of the gallery of the art, and then see if we can put a sports hall here before we tear down the indoor pool to try and see what we can fit there. Hopefully a cinema, maybe another museum. Not a museum, a theater. It's not like you have Ukrainian flats yet. Yeah, they're not going to be unlocked. That's not going to happen. What's the walk speed on these brick paths? Pretty good, like asphalt road. I think. Walk speed 87%. Same as a road with streetlights and sidewalks. Not as good as a dedicated brick footpath, of course, but as a replacement for the gravel roads and gravel footpaths, it's perfect. 87%. Yeah, brick paths would be better, but I'm going to replace the gravel footpaths with brick roads with sidewalks. Brick paths are more beautiful than tar roads. I agree. 21-year-olds without their own flat is up to 28. Some high loyalty, higher educated citizens. Looks like those numbers are pretty good now. Let's make some room for them, I guess. %76 loyalty. Need their own building. 0% uneducated, I bet feels good. I mean, that should be normality. That's kind of like what you should be going for. I was thinking about excluding people with low loyalty from education globally, but I don't think I can do that. What truly feels good is not having a crime wave. That is true. Our crime and justice system is working really well. We have lots of smaller police stations everywhere. And then one large one that can help basically throughout the city. And that one has vehicles. Trucks, I mean. Oh, I guess personal cars. Whereas the small ones run on horse carriages. $766 crimes last year. 713 this year. More serious crimes this year. Otherwise, pretty similar. They're probably unhappy with the constructions. Planning on making nuclear power plant in the future, or just sticking to coal and oil power? Just coal. Oil is modern industry. I can't get an oil power plant. Oil power plant is 1959, so that's not going to happen. So we're only using the very small coal power plants because the larger ones are modern industry too. That's 1958. So I'm only limited to a 10 megawatt power plant basically. Of which we have 2 right now. And we can only use 70 megawatts off of that. At most 8 because that's the largest power cable we have. Because we are limited to the power cables too. Based on our own rules. Modern electric pylons are too modern. Can only have 8 megawatts. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't really get the full 10 megawatts out of the power plant. Planning for 14, the highest one I can get is 16. Out of 2. MegaCity 19 Luddite edition. It's not Luddite if we never modernized to it in the first place. Luddite is when you... Is it when you get rid of modernization, or is it when you reject modernization? I guess I thought it was getting rid of existing modernization. Do you sewage treatment? Yes. We have a sewage treatment plant here. With all sewage pipes feeding, all sewage pipes feeding into it. Except one. We're making some biological waste because the price of biological waste was ridiculous and probably still is. Look at that much money, it's ridiculous. We're selling cow poo because the world wants it. Why? Because I don't want to have pollution spread from the sewage discharge when I might want to build housing next to it in the future. We already create enough pollution I didn't want the sewage discharges to potentially ruin my city when I keep expanding and the waste output of the sewage treatment plant would be polluting everything in its vicinity. 8 million for bio-waste, jeez, yes. Bio-waste. Pure bio-waste we buy for 309,000 rubles per ton, or 11,000 US dollars. Fertilizer is only 25,000 or rubles, or 737 US dollars. So we need that bio-waste. We're not getting clean bio-waste there, it's mostly fertilizer, but it's still adding up to a ton of money. Could be a lot more though. 4 tons of bio-waste, clean bio-waste would make up 1.2 million. And the price is just, I don't know, going crazy. Can't even keep up with any other exports really with that. Steel price is going up. I'm making my own steel, it's just, sure. Bio-waste is better. Had a look at the bio-waste price on my run on Monday, 0.37 per ton. Yeah, I don't know when it exploded or why. Sometimes weird things happen in my run and I can't really explain it. It's ridiculous. 150 ruble per ton for wood. Yeah, but the wood price is not great. You always... Okay, wood price is still good. 170 US dollars. That's the important one. That one is mostly without inflation. It's really good, but I build a cows like a livestock hall instead, which is making more money. It's only consuming water. It's outputting just money. Look at this. It's ridiculous. Only probably 30% bio-waste. Rest is fertilizer. I'm sure I'll reach those numbers eventually as well. Maybe. For wood, yeah, probably. Although you said your wood prices crashed recently. But that was before I joined chat again, so I don't think I can be blamed for that one. Good thing about this setup is that when we upgrade the roads, they can still use the footpaths, which doesn't work with the situation once the footpaths are removed. So there's a benefit to having these footpaths, I guess. But once we have our brick roads with sidewalks, then yeah, the other footpaths are obsolete. I'm tempted to maybe move the heating plant over here. Because I don't need it that close to the industry, right? That way, we could try and set it up like this one, right in the middle of the heart of the residential area, and just soak up the pollution with the workers. I really wonder what the lowest life expectancy would be if we can push life expectancy in some houses below 40 years. It fluctuates. Lowest drop recently was 22.5, now it's over 30 per ton again. Ah, okay. That sounds pretty good, especially with your other low resource costs, because you're not using that many materials. Okay, I need to prevent vehicles from doing a left-hand turn here. This is not good. Yeah. Go onto the road and do a left-hand turn on this side. But try and not do a left-hand turn onto tracks that have traffic going in both directions. Still definitely floats my economy. Nice pun. Nice pun. Okay, now all the vehicles are heading this way and doing the left-hand turn on that junction instead. Is that better? Probably not. I mean, it's only the construction vehicles whenever we're doing construction that are causing problems. I like it when the trams are getting confused by me removing signals and doing a quick 360 on the road. That looks a little bit funny. Yeah, I guess I'll make them wait here. It's probably better. The trams need the priority, and if I shove all the other vehicles in between, it just causes more issues when they get to the junction where only really the trams were supposed to run through this area. And now there's construction vehicles going through here as well, which is not ideal. Unnecessary construction vehicles, I should say. Lots of passengers. Looking for drinking alcohol. I don't think I have a pub up here. I guess we could build one next to that tram stop. Sure, why not? Barely supplying alcohol to my citizens anyway. Yeah, I'll have to think about the location of the heating plant. It would only shift a little bit. But I think having it here would give us the option of building housing all around it. And then the question is, can the population sustain that? I think they can if we just give it enough orphanages. So we'll probably build the heating plant, surround it with 2 orphanages, maybe 3. And then build housing around that. We'll also need a grocer in a shopping center, and then we'll have to think about if this whole area gets another tram line, which would have to travel further. Or maybe this would be the point to get an inner city cableway station going. I will set up a simple tram stop with a loop that constantly feeds the citizens to the other tram stops in that area. Okay, if we're unloading students here, they should go into other areas. If they can't go anywhere, they go to the student tram stop. But only if they don't find anything else locally. Which I think also means they go to other stops before this one, which doesn't really work that well. You know what? Send them to the student tram stop. If you unload students here, they go to the student tram stop, and from there we pick them up and transport them up to the education area, I guess. I can tell the tram that goes through the student stop to do a cheeky unload and reload. So once we load students, we'll try unloading them once. to see if there's anything that they can use here. And if they can, they will get off to the tram. If not, they just stay on it and continue along. So we pick up everyone. And then mostly the school children, the ones, not the students that don't want to go to university, but the other ones, will get off the tram and walk to the local school, I think. The direct heating capacity of the heating plant should probably be utilized to its full capacity. If we build it further away, we have to keep in mind that the fire station probably still needs to be within walking distance though. But maybe I'll be able to get a footpath to go across a train track straight, and then we just set up a fire station on that area that they can walk into. And we don't need the footpath tunnel at all. That has one residential building within walking distance, which accepts any worker with low loyalty and has a pollution of 48 years of life expectancy, which is pretty bad. But all good. So we could have a fire station here. And then plan our... No, we can't have it here because that's where the conveyor goes through. That is not going to happen. So probably somewhere here then. Okay, that will work. And then in the future we can bring the conveyor along the industry up to the rail vehicle production line, because this is where our fourth heating plant is going to be. But I guess this section is going to try and run a... well, it's going to be very heavily polluted with the many heating plants in one area. But it's going to output its coal into a cold storage, as you do. And then run a local heating plant off of that. With a lot of houses around it. Then we can scooch the heating plant a little bit backwards to feed it back into it from the conveyor. Yeah, I think I like the setup more. Gives us more room for building housing right around it and getting the heating even all the way up to the existing area, which will alleviate some pressure on the current heating plant. It doesn't also have to be high density housing. We could put some lower density housing of... We could maybe put a bunch of barracks here, for example. Make this maybe a little bit more of a desolate area. Still thinking about that tram connect. I guess there would be a tram stop on this end where they would have to walk over the train tracks to get to it. So then we could run a tram route from this stop directly to our existing tram network. Could even integrate it into an existing loop, like the workers getting unloaded at the rail vehicle production line could then go to this tram stop and pick up whoever is waiting here and drop them off in the existing tram stations. I would like to make this stop a little bit nicer because I think there will be a lot of left-hand turn out of this stop until we might have a tram line going underneath here. We'll probably need another parallel road that goes up past the rail vehicle production line into the road. So we have an eastern tram loop, we have a central tram loop, and we have a western tram loop, which might make sense. So just another similarly straight road past the vehicle production. I guess it could hook up into here. Make this a Y. I don't like these two junctions being that close to each other. Well, that could be the concept. I think I'll hook up the other road to the new one. Do it the other way around. So this could be part of a tram loop. And then it comes back down on the existing tram route. And there would be maybe another large tram stop like we already have in the northern area that services the central tram loop. Definitely a tram repair station. And then something for the western area too. So we'll have to wait. I'm thinking of the heating plant being here, and planning for a road in this location right now would be a bit too early. We could supply that heating plant with a train, but like I said, everything is going to be supplied by coal from the current train platform unless we don't have enough throughput. I mean, at some point, the issue with this whole setup is going to be the heating plants don't run through winter, through summer. So then coal consumption stops, which means all coal trains will probably stop in the station as well. If they were constantly running throughout the year, I could throw in another train and it would just cycle through normally. I guess the point would be, if we run 3 trains, they can't wait until unloaded anymore, and they just have to constantly run. That would then be the change for that location. Make this a little bit wider so we don't have a junction right next to another junction. We got our main road going through the city. It has 3 connections. We got our eastern connection. Connections up north into the city. The eastern connection, we got this one, the central one, and then there will be one on this side somewhere. I don't think we'll have one here. Theoretically we could have another one, I guess. I just want to minimize the amount of connections we have into the city, but if there is demand for it, yes, I guess there could be 2 connections here, one next to the bridge and one after the underpass. That would be fine. This might become our problem child then, if there's so many trams running through here, and then we will put in trams from the central loop in through this junction. This junction could be the nightmare. But we do have an option of trying to get a... We do not have much room here at all. Never mind. It's gonna get busy, I guess. I mean, for the purpose of construction, I guess we can have definitely a road connection across here. That is not a problem. Half-Life science noises. Again. Twice per stream, is that legal? Okay, let's start tearing this stuff down here. Including the monuments, waste storages and everything. Waste storage will have to wait a bit though, because I guess it's still being used by this building? Oh no, it has a different one. It has 2 different ones. Get rid of all of this. Start demolishing. This one too. So yeah, this is how demolition would go. No one can get to the building yet because it doesn't have a direct connection to the outside. All the footpaths are buildings that are also being demolished. So at least one footpath has to be demolished, leading into the building before they can start with the building itself. Unless I cancel and pause the demolition of one of the footpaths until then. Not going to do that. I think the shape of the roads is going to be mostly preserved, but the layout of the buildings is going to change. Do you use grids? No. We're completely off the grid with this settlement. That's all done by manually aligning stuff. It's all free placing. There was one game where I had to force myself to not use grids, and ever since I haven't used the grid. A lot of liberty was gained with that. Where to store asphalt? There's no storage for asphalt. You have to produce it as it's being used in the asphalt plant. So vehicles go there and pick up asphalt as it's being produced. You can't produce it and stockpile it. Skylines 2 can't figure out grids makes me insane. It does have a grid system, but you need to start somewhere, and then it builds a grid off of that. I think. Because you can always place everything at right angles or 45 degrees off of an existing road. As far as I do know, as far as I remember, it has grid snapping. At least City Skylines once. It does. I haven't used that feature in 2 when I played it during the free weekend, I guess. It's impossible to keep the grids, they break even if you use the grid tool? Ah, okay. Well, I guess I haven't played it that much. So we have a hospital close to the heating plant. I do want the orphanages to be here around this location too. Large ones. They will not be able to fit there. Just place the orphanages right around the heating plant. Just I don't know about that. I really am thinking about developing urban development right around the heating plant and being even less careful with the pollution now. I still gotta be careful and make sure that we can get a conveyor connection out here. But otherwise there are not that many limitations. And even if I build it in, we can always tear stuff down. But yeah, some development done. Next housing expansion area defined. We do have more capacity on our water treatment plant. A lot more capacity now. Should be able to at least use double of that. 200 cubic meters in total for both water treatment plants. Should be manageable. Which is what we had originally envisioned. That's going to be some redundant system that will keep us afloat and alive. But yeah, I'm going to put a cut in here. I'm going to take a break. Everything is still running. Next time we can hopefully start planning out the residential area between the new feeding train track into the coal delivery area and the main road. Setting up an initial tram stop to bring citizens to the main tram station. And start developing towards having the center area enclosed with a tram loop that we can feed workers around on. Thanks for stream, goodbye forever until a few hours from now. You too, yeah, deviate fish. Goodbye forever until a few hours. I'm going to take a break. We lost a lot of people. Wait, what happened? Just a second. Something is going on. Is it because of all the demolition tasks that increased pollution here? Maybe. I don't know if this area should have had that low life expectancy, I guess. I guess we're losing a couple extra people this time. Or they're unhappy because other things, because health. Happiness went down. I'll figure it out next time. Anyway, again, thank you very much for watching. Let me see if I can raid you somewhere. Is there a different stream that we can raid into? We did Saddleier yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Something's happening with the population. I hope it's not critical. I'll investigate that next time. I'm not going to prolong it now, after I realized that health was a lot worse this year for some reason. Look at that view. It's beautiful. Maybe Captain of Industry category? I guess I'll raid you over to Percussicant, who's playing Vintage Story. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. If you don't know what Vintage Story is, it's a Minecraft-esque game. The looks of Minecraft, controls of Minecraft, but a lot more complexity and level of detail. Also much more atmospheric, I would say, if you don't mind the square blocky graphics. And I really like it. Haven't given it much playtime yet. I want to, but I say that about a lot of games these days. And we'll have to wait and see if that ever changes. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.